Hi, everybody. Welcome to the Museum of Glass. Today, we have a guest artist, Wendy Redstar, and she's working with our resident team of glass blowers to make her artwork. We often invite people from outside of the glass world to come and work in our studio, and so they come up with designs, and our resident team of glass blowers make their designs. Miss Redstar is of the Crow tribe of Montana, and the stuff that we're working on today are going to be, we're making large versions of traditional trade beads that the Crow used in olden times. So we're making all these large pieces you see here are all versions of traditional trade beads. Just to get you started, I'm going to give you just a very quick introduction to how glass blowing works. Everything that we do here starts out in our glass furnaces. The glass furnaces are the machines where you see the doors closed. There's two of them, one on each side of the studio. In each of the furnaces, there's a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. Nope. Where you see the machines where the doors are closed? Can we put up the glass furnace diagram? So inside the furnaces, we have a little diagram to show you what it looks like. We keep the glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 1150 Celsius. And at that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. So if you can imagine a giant crock pot full of honey, that's what our furnace is like. We want to get the glass out to make stuff. We take one of those steel pipes. Those are called blow pipes. And we dip them into the melted glass like you're dipping into a big jar of honey. We dip them in, twirl them around. A little bit of glass sticks to the end of the pipe. The pipe itself is hollow, so when you blow, the ball of glass blows up like a balloon. If you want to make something larger, we dip it in, blow a bubble, let it harden, and then we dip it in a second time or a third time. We just keep building up the glass in layers. All the glass in those big furnaces is clear glass. It has no color. We buy our colored glass in various forms. We buy it in these bars. We buy it in little chips called frit. We buy it in powders. And when we want to make a colored object, we blow a bubble of clear glass from the big furnace. We heat up a chunk of the colored glass, and then we coat that bubble with whatever colored glass we want the object to be. So right now what we're doing is called pulling cane. We're going to making rods of glass like this. These are called cane. And we're going to melt them into other pieces of glass to make stripes. So when we use them this sort of pencil size. But instead of making each one individually, we stretch out a big long one and then chop it up. So basically, we're making all the stripes that we're going to use for the rest of the day. So we're going to hold that in the air for a bit. And then when they feel that it's cooled and hardened a bit, we'll rest it on the wooden ladders to cool completely. And then when it's cool, we'll chop it up into the individual canes. So a lot of these beads that we're going to make today are going to be striped. So we're going to need a lot of cane. Can we put up picking up cane on a bubble? So if you look up on a big screen, we have a little diagram. So we lay out our pattern of stripes, our cane pattern, onto a plate. We heat up the glass. We give it a little squeeze till all the little stripes stick together, and then we roll the bubble over it, and the little rods of colored glass stick to the outside of the bubble, and then we melt them in, and each rod becomes one stripe in the final piece. So we have a little video we can show you, which shows you how we apply the colored glass. So just going to go over the basics right now so you know where we're going with this stuff. So can we play color overlay?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink-colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
Does anybody have any questions so far? So there's two basic kinds of furnaces, the glass furnaces, which we just talked about, and the glory holes. The glory holes are the round ovens with the doors open. Those have no glass in them. They're just a hot chamber for heating and softening the glass while we're working. If you think of the glass like wax, when you get wax hot, it gets soft, but fairly quickly it gets stiff again. Glass is the same way. So we heat up the glass in the glory hole, we make it hot and soft, we go back to the workbench, do whatever shaping or blowing we can while it's hot and soft, and when it starts to cool and stiffen, we return to the glory hole and heat it up again. So you can see over there on the far left, that's Sarah Gilbert, one of our resin team of glass blowers, and she's heating up her glass in the glory hole. we're going to put what's called a wrap around one of the things, make a stripe, and we'll make what's called a color cup. We'll fill it with clear glass, and then we'll use that. Yes, I mean, yes, similar. Not exactly, no. They're going to be beads, and uh, they're inspired by the traditional trade beads that were used by the Crow people. She's originally from Montana and grew up on the Crow Reservation. Wendy Red Star, our guest artist, is a very accomplished artist. Her artwork is in the collections of the Getty Museum in California, the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York City, and she's shown her artwork all over the United States and also in Europe. So over on the far left, Sarah is shaping the glass using a tool called the block. It's a wooden tool. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood itself is wet, the tool doesn't burn. It doesn't leave any marks as she shapes the glass. Now she's switched to the newspaper. That gray pad in her hand is just folded up ordinary newspaper soaked in water. As long as the newspaper is wet, the paper doesn't burn too much, and we can shape the glass without leaving any marks. Nope. Nope. We don't. The newspaper doesn't leave any marks at all. Can we put up the newspaper photo? So just everyday, ordinary newspaper, folded up a bunch of times. Underneath, that's a brand new one, and laying on top is one that's been used for a little while. It's probably one of our most important tools. What? You can make anything with it. Any shape you want. I think you're just making stuff up. We blow a bubble. We squeeze down and knock off one end, and that leaves a hole. Then we grab it from the other side and do the same thing on the opposite side. So you have two holes in it.
So you make it as big as you want.
Yeah.
The pipe, though, is very tiny.
What?
The diameter of the pipe is small.
Yes.
So how do you get it bigger?
We heat it up in the glory hole, and we have a tool called the Jackson. As we press on the inside of the opening, and if it's soft, it makes it wider. So the next thing we're going to do with Sarah's bubble is we're going to transfer it from the rod it's on now, the blowpipe, to a second steel rod called the punty. Carly, in the jeans and black shirt, is bringing the punty to Sarah. Sarah attaches it to the bottom. When she feels that bond is strong enough, she'll break the glass away from the original pipe. She'll take her tweezers, dip them in water. She'll drip a little water where she wants it to break. Oh, no, just give it a little chill with the jacks, and off it comes. So this piece that Sarah's making is what we call a color cup. Can we put up stuffing a color cup, the solid version? So if you look up on the big screen, we have a little drawing. So we're going to make two bubbles. Well, we're going to make one solid piece and a bubble. We're going to open that color cup up. The color cup is the part that looks like a little bowl sitting on the stand. And then we're going to get a big solid mass of glass and fill that up. And we'll have a layer of color on the outside. So a solid piece of glass with a layer of white on the outside. So Ben, tall guy to the left of center, is dipping into our furnace. Behind that door is a big ceramic tank, and in that tank is 1,000 pounds of melted glass.
How heavy is the blowpipe?
We have different sizes, so it could be, anywhere between 6 and 12 pounds, depending on what size you're using.
And it's not really hot at the very end where you blow, right?
No. What? I know you were shaking. You were shaking your head like I didn't know what you were. Like to me, or so Sarah's got her color cup pretty close to being done. Ben in the center, he's got the glass that's going to go inside and fill it up. All glass, when it's really hot, looks orange. The orange color that you're seeing is the glow from the heat, not the color of the glass. You guys have any questions? This oven in the center is called the garage. We call it the garage because that's where we park stuff until we're ready to use it. It keeps things hot while we're working. It's hot enough. It operates at about half the temperature of the furnaces. It's hot enough to keep the glass from breaking, but it's not hot enough to make the glass soft. So whatever goes in there stays warm, holds its shape, and when we're ready to use it, we'll pull it out and heat it up a little extra. The black ones are called annealers. They're for cooling the glass down slowly once we're done. Everything that we make here, pretty much, except for the cane, has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. So we take the glass off the metal pipe, we put it in there. It has a little automated thermostat that slowly turns the temperature down to room temperature overnight. If we just made things, if we made these beads, we made them, put them on the table, let them cool on their own, walked away, they would cool too quickly and unevenly and they would break. If we want to keep them, we put them in that oven over there and cool them down slowly overnight. So that's called, the cooling process is called annealing, and the ovens where we do it are called annealers. We're getting ready. A little few minutes until we stuff the color cup. How are you guys? Good. You guys have any questions?
So, where does all the fuel for it come from? Is it gas?
Natural gas, yeah. It comes in a pipe from the utility, just like in your house.
Yeah. How hot does it get in there?
The ground ovens are 2,300 degrees. The glass furnaces where we keep the molten glass, the ones with the doors closed, are 2,100. 2,100 is as hot as the hottest volcano.
Wow. And what is she making there? Is it a glass or?
She's making what's called a color cup. When we need a piece of solid glass that has color on it, we make like a little bowl, and then we fill it with clear glass, and then we have a solid colored glass. We're going to use it for what's called a wrap. We're going to wind it around another piece of color. For decoration.
Okay. So it's going to.
So it's not a thing itself. We're going to use it for some. We're going to use it in the process. The things that we're making today are these beads. these large size beads, but we haven't gotten to the point. Yes, but we haven't gotten to the point where we're actually making the shapes yet. We're preparing stuff for the decoration. So we stuff the color cup with the clear glass. So we'll have a layer of the white on the outside and clear glass in the center. How are you guys? How are you? Good. You guys have any questions? Colleges? 50? Yeah, 50. Um, some here in Tacoma, you can learn in the public schools. There's a middle school program and a high school program in glass blowing in the Tacoma public schools. Some people just learn at work. They don't go to school at all. They just, one of our glass blowers, Gabe, he got a job in his early 20s knowing absolutely nothing about glass, and he's been blowing glass for 29 years now. There's no formal system. As Ben works the glass, Carly, in the jeans and black shirt, holding a wooden paddle in front of Ben's arm to shield him from the heat. The heat that comes off the glass is radiant heat, like an outdoor heater. It heats the first thing it strikes. So if you put the paddle between the arm and the glass, the paddle gets hot and the arm doesn't. Looks like we're going to cut that big blob in two. Sarah's coming over with the punty to grab the second half. Sarah over on the left is cleaning up her half, rolling against that steel table to shape it. The steel table is called the Marver, Marver. Now Ben is shaping his section using the newspaper. So we're going to add a stripe. Carly has pulled out a piece of cane, a rod of colored glass. And we're going to add it to the glass that Ben has at the bench. Carly's coming over with another piece of cane. Carly in the black shirt and jeans. We're going to add another stripe. They do two entirely different things. There's the silver oven with the curved side is called the garage, and that keeps things warm while we're working. The black oven is called the annealer, and that's for cooling stuff down after we're done. So if you came in a little bit later, we're working with our guest artist, Wendy Red Star. There's a woman in the striped shirt sitting on the steel table. And I'm in the middle of saying something. You can wait your turn. It'd be, sir, I'm finishing this. I don't care. Just wait your turn. So Wendy is a artist from originally from Montana. She's currently living and working in Portland, and she's a member of the Crow tribe of Montana. And we're making these glass beads based on the traditional trade beads that the tribe used. So right now, these guys are working on making some fancy stripes that we're going to use to decorate the beads. You can see some examples of other designs here on the table and on this table here. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. Did you guys have a question?
Yes. You wanted to ask me?
Well, we have to make it into different shapes, so we have to shape it first. So if we want to do a spot, we make a round thing and we dab on a spot. If we want a straight line, we stretch it out and make a line of glass. You guys know about our contest for kids?
No.
Any kid, 12 or under, can do a drawing. Once a month, we pick one of the drawings and we make whatever the kid drew out of glass. We make 2 copies, one for the kid to take home and one for the museum collection. So if you win, it's a contest. So if you win the contest, we'll call you up. You can bring the whole family down, and uh, we'll make it right in front of you.
That is so cool. We unfortunately live in Scotland, so
Does it make any difference?
does it not?
We've done it with kids from France,
Oh
China.
wow. Really?
We'll Skype with you.
Will you really?
Yes, we
Oh,
will
how
really.
cool. What do you think, Alexander? Yeah, that would be really cool.
Can we put up some of the kids' design stills? So the contest is called Kids Design Glass. And we'll show you some examples. We put up some of the kids' design stills. So these are sculptures that we made from the kids' drawings. There's a table in the lobby with drawing materials and entry forms. It doesn't cost anything. You just go there, do your drawing, and put it in the box.
How hot does the rod get?
It doesn't get as hot as common sense.
So heat dissipates quickly.
Yeah. People think about their own homes. They think about a frying pan on the stove. Handle gets hot. That handle's 9 or 10 inches long. These are 4.5 feet long. So there's a lot more surface area. We grab the glass pipe 9 inches from the glass.
That makes sense. Thank you for telling us about the podcast.
Oh, yeah. Go for it. You have to be 12 or younger. You're not older than 12, are you? So we've been doing this kids design glass for 20 years. And once a month, we pick one of the designs and we make just whatever the kid drew out of glass. It's actually some of the most difficult things that we make. The kids have no idea how glass works or what's possible or not. And so they draw what they draw, and then it's up to us to figure out how to make it. Does anybody have any questions? There's going to be a test. No. 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. Natural gas. Tomorrow at 1 o'clock, our guest artist, Wendy Redstar, is going to give a talk here in the hot shop. Obviously, probably none of you will be here, but we are going to be streaming it to the internet. So if you're interested in hearing her talk about her work, go to our website, museumofglass.org, and click on Hot Shop and scroll to the bottom, and you'll see our live stream. Everything that we're doing here now is streamed to the internet. So if you went on your computer and you looked, you'd see whatever's on the screen, and you'd hear the voice of the announcer. The furnaces stay on. The glass furnaces, the ones where we keep the molten glass, those are on 24/7. The glory holes, the round ones with the doors open, we light them up an hour before we start, and we shut them at 5 when we quit. I don't know. I'd say maybe four or five. How long is she here? She started on Wednesday. She's going to work with us through Sunday. Mm-hmm. All the colors that you're seeing while we're working are distorted by the heat. The mass of the glass that Ben is preparing is milky white. We call it opaline white. And one of the stripes on the side is black, and the other side stripe is pink. If you think about your own homes, if you have an electric stove, the burners are gray. When you turn them on to cook something, they get hot, they glow orange for a little while. Turn them off, they cool down, that orange glow disappears. That's the same thing you're seeing here with the glass. So you won't really see the true colors till the glass cools off.
When they go to the first oven to take the glass out,
Okay.
is it like just like molten lava in there, or are there
Yes.
little...
Can we put up a glass furnace diagram? So that's what the furnace looks like inside. There's a big ceramic tank, and in that ceramic tank is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. The glass at that temperature has the consistency of honey. So if you can imagine a giant crock pot full of honey, that's what our furnace is like.
And is it the longer they have it in turn, the bigger glob they'll get?
Not really.
It seems like every time they go there, they get about the same amount of...
Yeah, each time you dip, let's say, imagine you're dipping into a jar of honey with one of those wooden honey dippers. You dip it in. So what we do when we need a lot is we dip it in, shape it up, let it harden a bit, and then we dip it in a second time or a third time, and we just keep building up the glass in layers. So you can see over on the right, that's the oven, that's the annealer that we used yesterday. And the things in there are the stuff that we made yesterday, and they've been cooling very slowly overnight. Overnight. So everybody's always anxious to see what you made, but they're probably still a little bit hot, so we don't want to. If we bring them out too quickly into the cold air, they could break.
Maybe another color cup though, Will. I don't know. He might just have her keep that warm. I'm not really sure.
So over on the left, Sarah Gilbert, one of our resident team of glass blowing, is starting the bubble that we're going to use for the bead itself. So this big wad that they have going here, that's going to be a fancy stripe that's going to go around the bead. We're starting the bubble for the bead itself over on the left.
How do you get the different colors of glass?
The colors in glass come mostly from metals dissolved in the glass when you first cook it up from scratch. Cobalt makes glass blue, chromium makes it green, tin makes it white, a little bit of gold makes it a beautiful ruby red. So you do it when you first cook up the glass itself. It's kind of like making a chocolate cake. You get all the ingredients, you mix them together, and you bake them. We buy our colored glass. We buy it from two companies in Germany. They do nothing but make colored glass. We basically buy it like an artist would buy a tube of red paint from the art store. These are just what we did there, we were making the fancy stripes, made those solid, and we're going to blow the bead, we're going to lay the stripes onto the bead. The one that Sarah's using is the one that Carly hasn't done. Because they're just making solid things on that. We're making our fancy stripe on a solid one, and Sarah's blowing a bubble.
Okay, all right.
So the hollow ones are called blow tight, and the solid ones are called flint beads. Hi, everybody. How are you guys? Good. Do you guys have any questions? Questions are free. Okay. Hi. How are you guys? Good.
How do you make drinking water glass like this one?
How do we what?
Make drinking water glass, glass for
We
drinking.
blow a bubble and we shape it with the tools, and then we cool it slowly overnight.
So the same process.
Yes.
And what is also
What?
Are there unbreakable glasses?
Are there unbreakable glasses? Not unbreakable, no. There's glasses that are tempered, that are heat treated so that they're harder to break, but not unbreakable. You can break any glass if you try hard enough.
more strong than tempered.
Tempered, yeah, that makes it, it's a heat treatment that makes it stronger.
We have a question.
Yeah.
Do they have any kind of protective eyewear for looking into the furnace?
Do they have any protective eyewear for looking in the furnace? No. Our furnaces are tested by OSHA. There's nothing. There's no excessive infrared or ultraviolet that can hurt your eyes.
Because even just looking at it from here,
It's bright, but it's not going to hurt you.
How come the metal is holding? The
What?
metal, the rod is
Yes.
holding. It doesn't get burnt.
It,
Not hot.
it doesn't get. There's a couple of reasons why it doesn't get as hot as you would think. The rod is very long. It has a lot of surface area for the heat to escape. People think about their own homes. You have a frying pan on the stove, and the handle gets hot. That's maybe 9 or 10 inches long. These are 4.5 feet long, so there's a lot more surface to dissipate the heat. If you grab that pipe where 9 inches from the glass, it would burn your hand.
But how is it getting color? It's getting, when the rose gets color. You see, the red. How is it getting that color?
Well, we make stuff out of colored glasses, like you see here. So the colors in glass come from metals that are dissolved in the glass when you first cook it up. So we buy colored glass from the different companies in whatever color we want, and then we coat our glass with the colored glass.
So are you the one who teaches these people to do this work?
Am I teaching? No, I'm just a tour guide. I'm not teaching them anything. I'm teaching you.
Yes.
I'm explaining it to you. That's my job.
We're not teaching them.
No.
Those
They-
ones are already experts.
Yes. There's,
Specialists.
yes. Ben, who's leading our team, he's been blowing glass for 31 years.
So if I came, would you train me or who would train me to do the same?
We don't really have a school here. The very young girl that's working with us today, she's our intern. So she's helping us out to learn. Um, Carly is a professional glass blower, and so is Sarah, and so is Ben.
With the brochure that say would be here for from the
We don't have a school here.
But people learn by
Yes,
sight.
here in Tacoma, you can learn glass blowing in the public schools. In the regular public school, you can learn glass blowing.
Is she the one? The very first one.
Yes, that's our guest artist, Wendy Red Star. So we've invited her to come and work with our glass blowers. She's not a glass blower herself, so she's made the designs for all these beads, and we're making the beads for her. So sometimes our guest artists, they are glass blowers. If they're glass blowers, they'll take the lead of the team, and our guys will assist them. If the artist is not a glass blower, then they come up with a design, and our guys make their designs.
How much temperature do you need to?
Okay. So that round ovens with the the circular opening, that's 1250 Celsius. 1250 Celsius. Do you use Fahrenheit or Celsius? You guys, where are you guys from anyway? You have a little accent. What?
I'm from Kenya. We are from Kenya.
Okay, yeah. So you probably have your temperatures are the sea kind, right? Yeah. So That would be 1250, and then the furnace where we keep the molten glass, that would be 1150.
Very high. Very high.
How do you manage to get so close to the fire?
Get used to
without-
it. It's funny, yeah. When you first get close to the glass, you think, "Oh my God, somebody's opened the doors to hell," and then after a while, it's not so bad.
Get used to. But the faces are not dark.
What?
They haven't darkened. Because I would imagine.
Oh, it's not. No, the there's no ultraviolet. The rays of the sun
Like
that
side effect.
yeah, they don't it doesn't have those rays that give you a tan or burn you.
What is this fire made of?
What?
What is this fire made of?
Natural gas,
Natural gas.
like a stove.
Is it more or less like, sorry for cutting you,
No, no, no. That's why we're here.
in cremations they use gas and they put the coffin in that kind of fire?
Say that again.
In a cremation,
Oh, cremation. Oh, yes.
they put
Yeah, it's that same kind of fire. We use natural gas, but we also blow air into the flame, and that makes the flame hotter.
we could do cremations here.
Yeah, we could. Only, I'll let the boss know. Maybe we make some extra money.
Thank you.
What keeps the glass from crystallizing?
The heat.
Well, when it cools. Like,
Well,
I
the
mean, I know
glass-
glass
glass-
is silicon
the glass-
dioxide, but quartz is also silicon dioxide. But
Right.
quartz is a crystal and glass isn't.
Right. Um,
I think I knew this about you, but
uh,
okay. I
how
think
to explain
I
it?
think it's kinetics. I think it just crystallizes really slowly, and
Yes.
you're working too fast, and it cools down too fast to crystallize.
Yes. Yes.
So if you held it at like 600 C for weeks, it would crystallize.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
That's called devitrification.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what, from a glass perspective, that's what they would call it. Yeah. Okay. Thanks for helping me remember. I'm a materials engineer. I don't work with glass on a regular basis, so it's been a while since I had that class.
Okay,
As you
yeah.
can imagine.
No, that's good. Basically, glass is any material that looks and acts like a solid at room temperature, but on a molecular level is arranged like a liquid.
Right, it's amorphous.
It doesn't have to be made out of silicon. You make glasses out of metals, you make glasses
Yeah.
out of carbon. We like the glass made out of sand. That's our.
Yeah, that's the most typical glass, certainly. Thank you.
So the next thing we're going to do is called stuffing a color cup. Sarah, over on the far left, has made the color cup. Can we put up stuffing the color cup, the hollow drawing? So if you look up on the big screen, the bowl shape that's more color cup, that's what Sarah's making. The glass that goes inside, that's what Ben is making. And we're going to stuff one inside the other, and it's a way of layering different colors or patterns. So Ben has made one out of clear glass. Sarah has made it out of green, I think. We're going to fill it with clear glass. Yes. One of the children's? Is that what we're making? No. No, we're making these beads for our guest artist, Wendy Red Star. You lost me. Oh, that drawing? That's what we're going to do next. We're gonna make Sarah has the color cup, and so that's I think it's green, and we're gonna stuff Ben's bubble inside, and we'll have a layer of green on the outside and clear on the inside, and we're gonna make that into the body of the bead. Hi, how are you guys?
Hello, we're good, thank you. How are you?
Good. You guys have any questions?
Do you have any questions?
You
He
know
likes
about
glass blowing.
what?
He likes glass blowing. Yeah, he hasn't tried it yet though.
Oh, okay.
He likes glass though.
You know, here in Tacoma, you can learn glass blowing in the regular public schools.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Cool.
Kids
So,
start in middle school.
middle school? How do you get so entrenched in this area? Yeah, the glass blowing. It's more entrenched than like in other places like Portland and stuff. It
Oh,
seems like
there's a school about 8 miles north of here called the Philippine Glass School. And people go there, take seminars, and work with master glass blowers and engravers. And that attracted a lot of people to the area, and they settled here, and they opened their own shop, and they hired other people, and it sort of built around. The seed was that school.
and you said 80 miles north?
Mm-hmm.
So it's like on the border with Canada basically?
What? No.
It's close to the border with Canada?
No. No. Your geography's a little off.
Well, I live in Portland, so I'm not sure how far away is Canada, but I know.
It's about halfway between here and Canada.
Okay, thank you.
So Ben has just dipped his bubble into the hot molten glass. We're about to stuff the color cup. We're going to take Sarah's color cup off the metal rod. We'll place it in a little stand on the floor, and Ben will stuff it with his bubble. There we go. And here he goes. He puts his bubble inside. And blows a little bit. And now the two bubbles are joined together. So the purpose of that move is to get a layer of color on the outside and thick clear glass on the inside. So the bubble that Ben has, Ben's a tall guy over on the far left. That's going to become the body of the bead, and the solid stripy thing that Carly has in the center, that's going to be a stripe decoration around the bead. Do you guys have any questions? So now we're getting ready to blow up that bubble, which is going to be the body of the bead. You notice that one of the glass blowers is seated to the left of the workbench. She's the person that's going to be blowing. She's going to blow through that steel tube and inflate the glass as Ben, sitting at the workbench, shapes it. The gray pad in Ben's hand is just folded up newspaper soaked in water. As long as the newspaper is wet, the paper doesn't burn too much, and it doesn't leave any marks as he shapes the glass. Over on the far left, Carly, in the black shirt and jeans, is preparing our fancy stripe. Oh, those are called cane. They're rods, little rods of colored glass that we melt into other pieces of glass to make stripes. Yeah. Well, no, this is the bulk glass, but we make the little skinny ones. When you take these big thick ones, they draw them out, make little skinny ones, and we melt it into the other piece of glass to make a stripe.
You melt those pipes to make a picture in that.
Yeah, to make stripes or whatever decorations. So this rod here, this orange thing here, this goes like this. This is like this. So we're winding our fancy stripe around the bead. And we're going to melt that into the surface.
How is it going to come out from that pipe? Is it going to be removed? The coil that was put on top of that's going to be permanent there. Permanent on the coil.
It's going to be permanent, yes. Permanent? Is that what you're saying?
The way they peel that coil on top of that.
Yeah, we're going to melt it so it's all smooth again.
Oh, it's going to be together?
Yes. So we lay it on there, but we melt it and we shape it so it's all smooth. Melt it in like this. See, this is not sticking out like this. It's melted in.
I would like to see the final product for that.
So now Sarah's rolling it on the steel table. The steel table is called the marver, and we're going to melt in that big fancy stripe. Do you guys have any questions? Oh, good, good. Yeah.
With all the stripes on it. That was
Yep.
amazing.
So we've got to spend a lot of time preparing that fancy stripe. Now we're going to melt it in the surface, so it'll be smooth, but it'll still have the different colors.
What happens to the glass? When they cut it off, there's some glass left on it.
Clear glass, we can recycle it. We put color on it. We don't have to give away recycle.
So how do you get it off the rod?
Oh, you just stick it in those metal cans. See there?
Yeah.
And it pops off naturally. Hot glass sticks to hot steel, doesn't stick to cold
Cold
steel.
steel. Okay.
So as it cools off, the
Just
glass
comes
just
off.
pops.
So how heavy is that bead that she's rolling?
Oh, I don't know.
I mean, that's a lot of glass.
It's hollow,
Oh, it's hollow. Oh.
so it's not that much glass.
Clear glass?
It's that was
Yes.
fascinating.
First of all, I never saw her hollow that out.
You know how we dip it in and we blow a bubble. So we dip it into the molten glass and then we blow through the thing. It makes a little bubble and
Yeah.
so that's what makes it hollow. Blow it.
Okay. Okay. And then they attached another.
So we made a little bubble like that.
Yeah.
We grabbed it from here,
Yeah.
broke it off so it had a little open end,
Yeah.
and we spread that out.
Yeah. That was fascinating.
Yes.
Are they still using newspaper?
Yes.
What newspaper is it that you guys use?
We use the Wall Street Journal, so it
The
makes
Wall
our glass expensive.
Okay. Well, there was discussion whether it was whether you were using the New Event or the Wall Street Journal had something to do with the ink in it or something.
Oh, it's just nonsense. Any newspaper will do it.
Any newspaper.
I'm just kidding you when I say the
Well,
Wall Street Journal.
urban legends, right?
Yeah, I know sometimes people make stuff up. Any newspaper, anywhere, will be fine.
As long as it's by someone open. So for some reason I thought
want to heat the glass up, when we put it in the big round oven, it heats it up generally. If we want extra heat at a certain place,
And where do you get the molten glass? Where does that come from?
we get our glass from a company called Spruce Pine Batch in North Carolina. What we get is called batch, so it's not glass yet. It's just a bag with all the raw ingredients. And when we throw it in the furnace and cook it overnight, all the raw ingredients melt together and make glass. So when we get it, it's not yet glass.
I was going to say, it would be heavy to ship glass.
Well, it's heavy anyway. Yeah, same weight, no matter what.
No matter what form it is, it's always
Finished glass. No, but we get it
the most amazing
pound,
process.
50-pound bag.
So how much glass would go into a bead like this?
I don't know.
That much.
8 pounds of glass.
8 pounds of glass, yeah. Okay, so out of a 50-pound bag, you could get 4 beads.
Yeah, then there's a little bit of glass that's left around the end of the pipe. It's not quite everything. But we don't do it by bag. We take all those bags, we put them in the furnace, and we have a big ceramic pot with 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We don't do it. We don't melt it
One
piece
bag
by
at a time.
piece. Yeah. Can we put up the furnace diagram? So that machine right straight ahead with the doors closed, that's what it looks like inside. There's a ceramic pot in the bottom half, and that has 1,000 pounds of melted glass in it. The melted glass is kind of like honey. And so we dip the pipe in, twirl it around, it gets a little bit, blow, dip it in again.
Yeah, just layer it.
Can't remember what it did last time. I was going to try and bring maybe 2 tanks. I think I ran on just 1 last time.
So we're going to squeeze down the end of that bubble. We're going to bust that little knob off, and that'll make one open end of the bead. It will grab that, break it off the pipe, and then we'll have the other open end, and we'll have our bead shape. So our guest artist is Wendy Red Star in the striped shirt. So everything we're making are her designs, and these designs are inspired by trade beads that were used to trade with the Native Americans for furs. And Miss Red Star is of the Crow Nation, and so this is part of her tradition. So everything we're making is her design. She is not a glass blower. She's worked in video, printmaking, painting, but she's not she doesn't make glass. So these are her designs, but they're being made by our team of glass blowers at the museum. So we'll bust that off. Whoa. A little. So now we'll heat up and shape that little hole. And that'll be one of the open ends of the bead.
We are surprised
What?
that it is going to make a hole inside. I thought it was all compact at the beginning.
So, I'm surprised the way you guys cut.
Yeah, sometimes we cut, sometimes we just make a little notch there and bust it off. That's what we did just now. No, it's softer than metal, but it's just we make a notch in it. It makes a weak spot. Then we hit it. It breaks along the weak spot, like when you tear a coupon out
So
of a
you make,
newspaper.
for it to break easily, you make one area weaker.
Yes. Just like when you tear a coupon out of a newspaper, you make a nice sharp crease in it. That makes that area of the paper weaker, and when you pull on it, it
But
tears
it's
along the crease.
perforated so that it can cut easily.
When it's hot and soft, then we can actually cut it with a shear.
Okay.
So do you make glasses of water?
What?
You make glasses of water?
Molten? Yes.
Water glasses. Water glasses.
Oh yes, yeah.
Where are they?
In the back somewhere. Oh,
A small one?
no, I don't
A
think we
small
have
glass
any
of
out
water.
here at the moment. You wait a second. I'll show you one. So we're going to transfer the bead from the rod is originally blown on to a second steel rod called the punty. This second steel rod will hold it from one end so we can work on the opposite end. Right now, the opposite end is attached to the metal pipe. We'll break it off. In order to break it away from the original pipe, we'll take a pair of tweezers, dip them in water. We'll drip a little water where we want it to break, give the pipe a tap, and off it comes. So now the opposite side of the bead is exposed. Now that side can be heated and shaped. You notice that one of the glass blowers is holding wooden paddles in front of Ben's hand to shield him from the heat. Hi. Do you guys have any questions? Understanding your question. History? Oh, they were glass. They were glass. The trade beads were made in glass. They mostly came from Venice or from the Czech Republic. And the Native Americans didn't make glass of their own, so that's why they were so highly valued, because it was something that they couldn't make themselves. Do you want to know what the glass is made out of? Okay, there's three. Can we put up the ingredients slide? So there's three main ingredients in glass: sand, soda ash, and lime. Sand is the bulk of it. It's mostly melted sand. The soda ash is sodium carbonate. It's a chemical which lowers the melting temperature of the sand. And the lime is calcium carbonate, and that stabilizes the mixture chemically. We throw those three chemicals into the furnace. We cook them overnight. And in the morning, we have a tank full of glass. I have been. We're going to bust off that little knob on the end. And we'll widen the opening. Here we go. We'll heat that end up again, and we'll make the opening a little wider. Now Ben's going to use a tool called the jacks and press against the inside of that opening and make it wider. We're getting pretty close to being done. Everything that we make here has to be, no, almost everything, has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. The slow cooling process is called annealing. When we've finished shaping this bead, we'll take it off the metal rod. We'll place it in this big black oven over there. That's called the annealer. We keep it at a constant temperature all day long. We place all the objects we make during the day in there. And then at night, the oven has a little computerized thermostat that slowly turns the temperature down to room temperature overnight. So everything that we make today, we won't be able to see till tomorrow. If you look on the opposite end of the studio on the far right side, that's the stuff that we made yesterday. And it's finally come down, it's finally cool enough that we can open the doors to the kiln. So our guest artist wants this thing a little bit wonkier. We can make it perfectly round, but she wants it to look a little more antique. So we're denting it up a little bit to make it not quite so perfect. Looks like the original beads, which weren't so perfect. These large beads that we're making are modeled after trade beads. They were beads used by the Europeans to trade with the Native Americans. The Native Americans didn't make glass themselves, so it was a novelty when the Europeans brought these beads, and they're called trade beads. You guys have any? So Sarah has put on. Oh wait, no, that's not Sarah. That's Carly, I think. Carly, or I can't tell with all that equipment on. So one of the glass blowers has put on some protective clothing, and they're going to carry the finished bead to our annealing oven, where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. Those yellow gloves are made out of Kevlar. Kevlar is a fire-resistant insulating material. When she grabs that bead, it'll be about 1,000 degrees. We'll put it in the annealing oven. Oh, that must be Eden. And it'll cool very slowly overnight. So let's have a big hand for Wendy Red Star and our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. Does anybody have any questions? So it's going to be, we're going to have a late lunch, I think.
Oh, we do? What's the lunch?
Well, no, we have about an hour left. I mean, what time is it?
I hope not.
So it's 12:20.
Yeah.
We're not going to make another one in 40 minutes. We started out at 10. That was 2 hours and 20 minutes.
But they
This one doesn't include all the chain making,
The what?
all of the
Oh, pulling a cane.
yeah.
Have a later lunch. 12:20 now.
I know. Yeah. Trying to avoid it, but keep working too much. It's coming.
So if you came in a little later, let's give you a little quick introduction to how glass blowing works. Everything that we do here starts out in our glass furnaces. The glass furnaces are the machines where you see the doors closed. There's two of them, one on each side of the studio. If you look up on the big screen, you'll see a diagram. That's what the furnaces look like inside. So inside each of the furnaces, there's a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 1150 Celsius. And at that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. So if you can imagine a giant crock pot full of honey, that's what our furnace is like. We want to get the glass out to make stuff. We take one of those steel pipes that everyone has, and we dip it into the molten glass like you're dipping into a big jar of honey. We dip it in, twirl it around. A little bit of the glass sticks to the end of the pipe. The pipe itself is hollow, so when you blow, the ball of glass on the other end blows up like a balloon. If you want to make something larger, we dip it in, blow a bubble, let it harden, and then we dip it in a second time or a third time. We just keep building up the glass in layers. All the glass that's in those furnaces is clear glass. It has no color. We buy our colored glass separately. We buy it in the form of these bars. They're called color bar. They're just solid colored glass. When we want to make a colored object, we blow a bubble of clear glass from our furnace. We heat up a chunk of the colored glass, and then we coat that initial bubble with a layer of whatever color we want the object to be. We have a little video. We'll show you how that's done. Could we play color overlay?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink-colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So the reason that we color the glass in that manner is so that we can have any color we want, anytime we want. If we were to fill the furnace with blue glass, we could only make blue things. If we coat each piece individually, we could make a red thing, a blue thing, a green thing, whenever the mood strikes us. So earlier in the day, we prepared this glass. We call it a wrap. So this is going to be a fancy stripe on the outside of the bead. We're making these beads for our guest artist, Wendy Red Star, the woman in the striped shirt. She's our guest artist all this week. A lot of her work is influenced by her Native American culture, particularly the Crow Nation that she's descended from. And these beads are reference the trade beads that were used between the Europeans and the Americans, Europeans and the Native Americans. Miss Red Star is a very well-known artist. Her work is in many prestigious museum collections, such as the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York and the Getty Museum in California. She's exhibited her work all over the United States and also abroad. And she was the winner of the Louis Comfort Tiffany Award, which is a very prestigious award in the crafts. We have a great variety of guest artists who come and work in our shop. If the guest artist is a glass maker themselves, then they'll take the lead of our team, and our glass blowers will assist them. If the artist, like Ms. Red Star, is not a glass artist, then she comes up with designs, and our team makes her designs. So that's what we're doing today. Anybody have any questions? Yeah. Do most artists come up with a concept and then farm it out? No, I would say most of the glass artists make their own work. But a person like Miss Red Star, she's not a glass artist at all. So she's come up with these designs, and we're making her designs for her. Sometimes the design artist and the maker are the same person. Sometimes they're two different people. Today, it's two different people. The Pilchuck School is more kind of professional education. It's seminars. It's not a school you go to as a beginner and graduate from. It's a series of 2 or 3 week seminars, and they're for people who are already advanced in their skills. How do you develop the skills? Everybody has a different story. Some of our glass blowers learned entirely at work. They got a job in a glass shop knowing absolutely nothing and been working for the last 20 years. Some of our glass blowers have gone to art colleges. There's about 50 art colleges across the United States that have glass in their art department. Eden, who's one of our assistants today, is learning in the Tacoma Public School. There's a program here in Tacoma at Hilltop Heritage and Silas High School. And so Eden's learning in regular old public school. Does anybody have any questions? Well, Sarah is making part of the bead, and in the center, Carly, we made a fancy stripe earlier on. We cut it into 2 pieces, and so she's just keeping it warm until we're ready to use it. So what Sarah's going to do is it's called stuffing a color cup. Can we put the diagram up, show you how that's done? We put up the hollow stuffing a color cup. So if you look up on the big screen, stuffing a color cup is a way of layering different colors. So Sarah's going to blow a bubble, and we're going to open it up. It'll be like that little bowl that's you see on the bottom. And then Ben will make another bubble, and we're going to blow it one inside the other, and then we'll have a layer of color on the outside. This is called stuffing a color cup. So over on the far left, that's Sarah Gilbert. She's one of our museum glass blowers. We have a core team here at the museum of 5 glass blowers. And then we have, I don't know, maybe half a dozen part-timers. Hi, you guys have any questions? So, most museums that you go to, all the artists are dead. We, we have a live one here. So, does anybody in the audience have any questions for Miss Red Star, our artist? Nope. Nobody? Okay. Okay. Wendy?
Okay. So I think what I'm going to do is use the Venetian tray, like sample cards, bead sample cards. That's kind of what I'm thinking I'll do. But I just want to see what everything looks like once it's done and then probably figure something out. But yeah, I was thinking like a wall installation with the Venetian sample beads. Yeah, yeah, and each of them have like different histories behind them. So like these really kind of crazy looking ones, they're called end of day beads. So it was like all the different materials that they used through the day. They would just like make these quick end of day beads. And then these spotted ones are referred to as skunk or eye beads, and they're Venetian, really popular in Africa, but showed up a lot like in my tribe. You'd see a lot of them on necklaces. This kind of clear white one is called a Dutch moon bead. It wasn't made by the Dutch. It was made in the Czech Republic and traded with the Dutch traded it in Africa. Yeah. So I'm just kind of following the trade routes and where these things ended up and how far away what things were traded for. Like, for instance, after lunch, we're going to move into dentilium shells, which are, they're hard to see, but they're these like little tiny seashells. Yeah, and a handful of these for like the crow, my tribe would be like maybe a couple horses. So I like thinking of it in that way. Like, yeah. And crazy, like my tribe's in Montana, that we'd have like abalone and these, and this was before European contact. That was just the native trade route. Yeah.
Does anybody else have any questions for the artist? Okay, well, thank you, Wendy. How hot is the oven? It's as hot as a volcano. It's really hot. So over on the far left, Sarah's widening the opening in her color cup. In the center, Ben Cobb, the head of our glass shop, is making a thick bubble of clear glass, and we're going to stuff Ben's bubble inside the color cup. So we'll have a thick, clear bubble with a layer of green on the outside. The gray pad in Sarah's hand is just folded up ordinary newspaper soaked in water. As long as the newspaper is wet, the paper doesn't burn too much, and it doesn't leave any marks as she shapes the glass with it. Well, the orange is because the glass is very hot, so it glows orange. When it cools off, it's going to be green. It's just the orange. It's the glow from the heat. You ever look inside a toaster and you see when the wires are hot, they glow orange? Maybe you can do that when you go home. So when something gets really hot, it glows orange. But when it cools, you don't. The orange goes away and you see the real color in it. Fire. The ovens burn natural gas, so it's like a stove, only much bigger frame. You guys know about our contest for kids? Any kid that comes to the museum, 12 or younger, can do a drawing. Once a month. Oh, that's your drawing? I didn't know that. I've never seen these little. But, you know, it doesn't. You're not going to So here we go. We take the color cup off the metal rod. And then Ben's going to come over with his bubble and stuff it inside. So this will give us one bubble that has thick clear glass in the middle and a thin layer of green on the outside. And we're going to make that into the bead. Anybody have any questions? Mm-hmm. Yes. Yeah, so it's we want the bead itself to look green on the outside. We don't have a tank full of molten green glass. So we simulate it by making that color cup, filling it with clear, and we blow it up, and so the outside will look green. Yes. The lines are done with cane. So we draw out skinny rods of molten glass. We cut them to this pencil size, and then we melt them in, and each line is one of these rods. Yeah, it's cool stuff. There's a lot to it. It's complicated. What? No. These guys, Ben is leading our team. He's been blowing glass for 30, 31 years. It is. But it's fun. It's challenging. But it's hard. Now, this is a pretty deluxe studio. There's two kinds of ovens. There's the glory holes, the round ones with the doors open. Those are only on during the working day. The glass furnaces, where we keep the tanks of molten glass, those are on 24/7. About an hour, usually. So if we start blowing it usually at 10 o'clock, so we'll light them up at 9, and by 10 they'll be ready. No glass in the glory holes. The pot, those are on all the time. Well, when we start if we had a brand new furnace, we heat it up very slowly, maybe over a week, and then it stays on for the next 6 or 7 years. Yeah, it depends. It depends which kind of glass you use. Can we put up the glass furnace diagram? So that ceramic pot, that's the thing that breaks down over time. And depending on what kind of glass you use, sometimes it eats it away faster, sometimes they last longer. So now we're going to add our fancy stripe. We call it a wrap. We prepared that earlier in the day. It's got a white with a pink stripe and a black stripe. All the colors that you're seeing them while we work, they're all distorted by the heat. I only know those colors because they told me. So now we're going to melt that wrap into the surface, make the whole thing smooth and uniform. How they're going to what? Okay, yeah. So that's. Yeah, it's milky white, and it has a pink line on one side and a black line on the other. So the colors, I only know that because they told me. I can't see it right now either. All the colors are distorted by the heat. So Sarah's smoothing out the bead on the metal table. The metal table is called the marver, Marver. It's just a big slab of steel. How heavy is it? Say 7 pounds. That's my guess. So when we added the stripe, it kind of stuck out as three-dimensional. Now we've got it hot. We're smoothing it against the metal table, and then the stripes will be flush with the surface like you see on all these. Has anybody got any questions? If you came in a little later, we're working with our guest artist, Wendy Red Star. Wendy is the woman in the white striped shirt. And we're making these large versions of traditional trade beads. Ms. Red Star is a member of the Crow Nation. And these are from her people's tradition. And we're making big giant ones in glass.
What do they use the beads for? Are they strictly for artistic purpose?
Yeah.
Gotcha. You sit there and look at them and you can almost picture where they would be floats for like a fishing net or something.
Yeah, yeah. No, it's true.
I love the shapes they're putting into it now. That's cool. And the different colors that are showing up.
So all the colors while we're working are somewhat distorted by the heat. That bead is green, and then
Yeah, towards the bottom. Yeah.
and it's got kind of a milky white stripe, and on one side there's a black stripe, and one side there's a pink stripe. Do I have artwork in the museum? Yes. There's a exhibition of my chalk drawings in the across the hall. Walter Lieberman. Yep. We're going to bust off the end. So that bead is hollow now. When we bust the end off, we'll have an opening. We're going to transfer the glass. Once we clean up that opening we just made, we'll transfer the glass to another rod, and then we'll do the same thing on the opposite end, break a piece off, and they'll be open on both ends like a traditional bead. Well, these are beads. We're making beads, so beads are open on both ends.
Oh, got it. I just didn't catch that first part.
So the next thing we're going to do is transfer the bead from the rod it's on now, the original blowpipe, and we'll grab it from the opposite end, break it off the blowpipe, and then we'll clean up the other end, and then we'll be done. Ripping his shirt off. So we're going to transfer the glass from the rod that Ben has sitting at the bench to the rod that Sarah has. And this rod that Sarah has is called the punty, P-U-N-T-Y. And it's just going to hold that bead temporarily while we work the opposite end. In order to break the glass away from the original pipe, we'll take a pair of tweezers, dip them in water. We'll drip a little water where we want it to break. The water will crack the glass, and then just a little tap will release it. So there's the water. There's the tap, and off it comes. So now the other end of the bead is exposed. That can now be heated and shaped. Does anybody have any questions? Yes. Yes. No, we're gonna break it off, put it in the oven. At the end, where it's attached to the punty now, we're going to grind that off mechanically and then polish it. That'll happen after the glass is cold. Thanks for coming in, guys.
Down the street from Vilchuk, there's a barn, small barn with like a nice catalog of his work that his daughter manages. Was totally enthralled by it because it was like this is made out of glass, and they were so unique in the approach that they're
We're stretching out the glass at the opening. It's always where we break it off the pipe. It's always a little bit thick. He's taking the tweezers and stretching some of that out, and we're going to cut that stretch part off. He's taking the tool called the jacks, and he's making a big notch in there, and we'll bust it off where the notch is. So we're going to bust that off. We're funking up the bead a little bit to make it look more like the antique beads, not make it quite so pristine. So we're almost done. And the reason I know that is if you look to your right, you'll see one of the glass blowers putting on some protective clothing. That's Eden. Eden will carry the finished bead to our annealing oven where it'll be cooled very slowly overnight. Has anybody got any questions? This. When we take that bead off the metal rod, it'll be approximately 1,000 degrees. At that temperature, the glass will be hard. And we'll put it in our annealing oven and cool it down very slowly overnight. We're going to drip a little water on the joint between the bead and the metal rod. The water will crack that joint, and just a light tap will release it. And over to our annealing oven to cool slowly overnight. So let's have a big hand for our guest artist, Wendy Red Star, and the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team, Ben Cobb, Sarah Gilbert, Eden Gibbons, and Carly Uphoff. So that concludes our demonstrations for this morning. We'll take an hour lunch. We'll be back in an hour. If anyone has any questions before I go to lunch, I would be happy to answer. Yes, sir.
So every single color and design pattern is added individually as part of the process.
Yeah.
It's amazing. Okay. So it all starts out just like one color.
Well, we start out, we blow a bubble of clear glass, and then we heat up some colored glass and melt it over.
It melted, yeah.
And then we add whatever decoration we're going to need.
How do you get lines so straight?
We make what's called cane. No, no, wait. So this is called cane. We take a chunk of color glass, we stretch it out like a big taffy pull, and then we cut it up into small sections, and we melt it into other pieces of glass, and these become the lines.
How are you defining the texture? Like some of them are smooth, some of them are really rough.
Various ways we can, after it's cold, we can sandblast it, like that donut-shaped one. Roll it over a variegated surface and make it textury. Sift powdered glass onto the surface and kind of melt it on just a little bit, so it's kind of crusty.
In your display, I was watching the video, and the sandblasted pieces are so cool.
That was just out of college.
Yeah.
A million years ago.
But those were really, really neat.
Thank you very much. Okay, guys.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Take care.
Yeah.
We're breaking for lunch. I don't know if you guys. Yeah, okay. Yeah, just wanted to make sure you weren't waiting for something to happen. Hi, everybody. Welcome to the Museum of Glass. Today, we're going to be working with our guest artist, Wendy Red Star. Wendy's originally from Montana. She grew up on the Crow Reservation. She's currently living and working in Portland. She has work in the collections of many of the most prestigious museums around the world. It's in the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York, the Getty Museum in California. And Wendy is not a glassmaker. We often invite artists from outside of the glass world to come and work in our shop. So if they're not glassmakers themselves, then they come up with ideas and designs, and our resident team of glassblowers makes their designs. So that's what we'll be doing today. The project we've been working on all week is these beads, these oversized beads. They're inspired by the traditional trade beads that were used with the Europeans and the Crow Nation to trade for things like furs. And so the designs that we're using are inspired by the traditional designs. Most of the beadwork, the Native American beadwork that you see, the actual beads themselves were made by Venetians or by Czech Republic. The Native Americans did not make glass, so they only came into contact with glass when they came in contact with the Europeans. They were highly valued. Some of the tribes made beads prior to that out of natural materials like shell or bone or something else, but no glass. Okay, so just to get you started, I'll give you just a quick introduction to how glass blowing works here. We have two basic kinds of furnaces. We have the glass furnaces and the glory holes. The glass furnaces are the ones that you see with the doors closed. If you look up on the big screen, you'll see a diagram. That's what the glass furnaces look like inside. So inside each of the glass furnaces, there's a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 1150 Celsius. And at that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. So if you can imagine a giant crock pot full of honey, that's what our furnace is like. When we get the glass out of the furnace, it only stays soft for a little while. So we do whatever shaping or blowing we can while it's hot and soft. And when it starts to cool and stiffen, we go to the second type of furnace, and those are called glory holes. The glory holes are the round furnaces with the doors open. Those have no glass in them. They're just a hot chamber for heating and softening the glass as we're working. If you've ever seen anybody work at a forge making horseshoes or swords or knives, they take the metal, put it in the fire, soften it, they work on it a little bit, they put it back in the fire and soften it again and work on it some more. That's the kind of same routine you're going to see here with the glass blowers. All the glass that's in those furnaces is clear glass. It has no color. We buy our colored glass in various forms. We buy it in little chips called frit. We buy it in powders, and we buy it in these bars. These are called color bar. We buy it from two companies in Germany. We buy it like an artist buys paint. So red, yellow, blue, pink, dark pink, light pink. The companies that we deal with have almost 200 colors. When we want to make a colored object, we blow a bubble of glass from the big clear furnace. We heat up a little chunk of this color bar, and we coat that initial bubble with red or blue or green, and then we put more clear over that. We have a little video. We can show you how that's done, how we apply the color. Can we play color overlay? Could we play color overlay?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
The reason that we color the glass in this manner is so that we can have any color we want anytime we want. If we would put green glass in the furnace, we could only make green things. If we color each piece individually, we can have any color at any time. So the things that we're going to make for Wendy are these, they're called dentilium shells. They're little tiny sea creature shells. I think we had some here. They're really, really tiny. But they were used as beads, and we're making some large versions that you can see here on the table. So over on the far left, Sarah is going to start making the bubble for our dentilium bead. Anybody have any questions? Yes. Wendy? Yeah, I don't know where she is. I don't see her. Oh, there you are. No. She'll be out here soon. So over on the left, Sarah has blown a bubble of clear glass, and she's coated it with white, like you see on that shell. Hi. If you're here with kids today, we have a special contest for kids. Any kid 12 and younger can do a drawing. Once a month, we pick one of the kids' drawings, and we make whatever they drew out of glass. We make 2 copies, one for the kid to keep and one for the museum collection. It's free to enter, There's a table out in the lobby with drawing materials and entry forms. So if you're here and you're 12 or younger, go ahead, do a drawing, put it in the box. If we select your drawing, we'll call you up. You can bring the whole family down, and we'll make it right in front of you. Can we put up some of the kids' design stills? Show you some examples of sculptures that we made from the kids' drawings. So there you can see one of the winners. So you don't have to be old or super skilled. And there's the team behind her who made the glass, and the glass below is the objects that we made for her. Team of glassblowers are super skilled, and they really can make these kids' drawings come to life. So we were asking earlier about the artist, the woman over on the far left in the black and white striped shirt. That's Wendy Red Star. Does anybody have any questions? Can we put up how hot is it? So if you look up on the big screen, we have a little list. We'll show you the temperatures of the various pieces of equipment. The furnaces are the machines with the doors closed up front. The glory holes are the round ones with the doors open. The annealers are the big black ovens at either side of the studio where we cool the glass down after it's done. And the garage is this silver oven in the center where we keep things warm while we're working. How do we add more to it? How do we add more glass? We get the glass in a form called batch. It's kind of like a cake mix. It's got all the raw ingredients all proportioned. We just shovel it in and cook it overnight. All the chemicals melt together and make glass. So we have two furnaces. So we'll work in one. We'll cook a furnace full of glass. We'll work in one till it's maybe, I don't know, 4/5 empty. Then we'll switch to the other one, which is full, and the one we just emptied, we'll throw all the chemicals in and cook some more glass. Mm-hmm. Oh, the board is we use it to shield the glass blower's arm from the heat. The the heat that comes off the glass is radiant heat, like an outdoor heater. It heats the first thing it strikes. So if we put the board between the arm and the glass, the board gets hot and the arm doesn't. So in order to get our color for these kind of shells, sculptures, we're going to do what's called stuffing a color cup. Can we put up stuffing a color cup? So if you look up on the big screen, if we want to layer color, we blow two bubbles. If you look up on the diagram, you see one that looks like a little bowl that's marked color cup, and then we make another bubble that go inside, and we join the two bubbles together. It's called stuffing a color cup, and so we end up with, in this case, clear glass on the inside, and the color cup will be a kind of translucent, sort of milky white. So Sarah is making the color cup. Sarah is the woman on the far left in the black shirt and shorts. Sarah Gilbert, she's one of our resident team of glass blowers. She's an extremely talented glass blower and also an excellent engraver as well. Ben in the center, that's Ben Cobb. He's the head of our glass shop here at the museum, and he's making the bubble that's going to go inside. Does anybody have any questions? You guys have any questions? Anything? Good, good. And those are your kids back there? Yeah. So they can all, if they're 12 and under, they can enter our contest. Okay. Are you here for that?
Yes, we
yeah.
did, yeah.
Okay. And it doesn't cost anything.
So cool.
Yeah, I love the kids' drawings.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
I think it's really cool that you do that.
We've been doing it for 20 years now.
Wow.
So we have quite a collection. We make two of everything, one for the kids to keep and one for the museum collection.
That's so cool.
So all the stuff you see there in the displays, the kids also have a copy of one for themselves.
So cool.
So in the center, Ben is letting his bubble cool off and stiffen. He's going to add more clear glass to that. And we're going to fill up Sarah's cup. Sarah's is on the far left. Don't need them. We used to back in the day. We all used to wear dark glasses, but it kind of makes you snow blind. You ever come in from like a sunny day when it's snowing out and you come right indoors and your eyes don't adjust? It's kind of hard to see. Yeah. I've been in shops where we've had our furnaces tested for excess ultraviolet or infrared, and there's nothing coming off those that can hurt your eyes. So nowadays, everybody wears clear glasses.
Questions? No?
So now Ben's going over to the furnace. Behind that door, there's a big ceramic tank with 1,000 pounds of melted glass. He dips his bubble into the molten glass, twirls it around, comes out with a fresh coating. We drip the excess glass off into that can. We'll save that, and that'll eventually go back in the furnace. But you can see as he drips it off how fluid the molten glass really is. The glass, all glass, when it's really hot, looks orange. The orange color that you're seeing is the glow from the heat, not the color of the glass. So here we go. Take the cup off the pipe, set it in a little stand, and Ben's going to come over with his glass and fill it up. This is called stuffing a color cup. It's a way of getting a layer of color on the outside of the bubble.
Power going to this.
Yeah, I just plug that in again. It had like an empty thing flashing. And so we've got power now. But
This thing's not on though?
no, that's, I don't know where. Now it doesn't seem like we have any power to the mixer.
Maybe I can.
So now Ben is shaping the glass against that steel table. The steel table is called the Marver, Marver. Hot glass sticks to hot steel. It doesn't stick to cold steel. So before we dip the metal pipes into our molten glass, we have to heat the tips up or else the glass won't stick to it. But when we roll it on the cold table, the glass doesn't stick. They stay cool on their own. It's a big, thick slab of steel, so it acts like a heat sink. It takes the steel table dissipates the heat on its own.
The first time he stuck his rod over here to cool down for
Right.
his hand on, now he's not. How hot is that stuff?
Well, the only time the rods get really hot is when we reach into the furnace to get the glass out.
And then the rest of the time.
The rest of the time, they stay much cooler than you would imagine.
Seems like their abs are pretty close to where it's the furnace. It's pretty amazing. It's not too hot.
No. Partially it's because they're so long. when people think about a frying pan on the stove in their house and the handle gets hot, um, that frying pan handle is maybe 9 or 10 inches long. These are 4.5 feet long, so they have a lot more surface area to dissipate the heat. Plus, once the end of the rod is covered in glass, glass is an insulator, so it's not exposed to the direct heat of the furnace. Both the furnaces and the glory holes run on natural gas and forced air. We keep the glory holes about 2,300 degrees. We keep the furnaces about 2,100. And Celsius, it's 1,250 for the glory holes and 1,150 for the furnaces. This kind of these seashell things. They're called dentilium. The Indians use them as beads. They're little tiny, skinny. I mean, they're about this big in real life, but we're making a big giant one. Hi, how are you guys? Good. How are you? Yeah. You guys have any? So Ben is squeezing down the end of that bubble. And we're going to stretch it out to make that narrow, curved cone shape. going to bust off that end. We have two of these annealing ovens, these big black ovens. And when we finish work, we cool the things down very slowly overnight. So the stuff that's in that oven is the stuff that was made yesterday. The stuff we're making today is going to go into that oven over there, and that will be ready tomorrow afternoon. You'll notice that one of the glass blowers is seated to the left of the workbench. She's the person that's blowing. She blows through that steel tube, the blowpipe, and inflates the glass as Ben, sitting at the bench, shapes it. This arrangement where one person blows while the other one shapes it is very typical of the Venetian style of glass blowing. Starting in 1979, a number of Venetian masters came here to the Northwest and began teaching the young Americans how to blow glass. And since that time, we work pretty much in the Venetian style. As Ben shapes the glass, one of his assistants is holding a wooden paddle in front of his arm to shield him from the heat. oven, it kind of heats it up more generally. We want to just so. What? Yes. Yes. I mean, it's not really a glass, like a frying. The local ICUS program also is taking lots like birds. That's a different program. That's called hot cupping. That's really an actual class. So only for military personnel, you can be active or retired. Yeah, if you want to leave your contact information at the front desk.
Yeah, I got the pamphlet. I'm gonna email the guy to see if I can do it.
Sure.
Are you the guy that I'll email?
No, I do some lectures at that program, but I'm not the main.
Do you know what
He's putting a little texture into the glass. He's heating up sections of the glass, and he's kind of scoring it with that metal paddle. Nope. Nope, just softening the glass so he can make some little texture on the outside. So now he's stretching that shape to make it long and narrow, cone shape like the shells. These dentilium beads were extremely prized by the Indians, especially in places like Montana, where the artist grew up, because they weren't close to the sea, so they had to get them by trading with other tribes who lived near the sea. You guys have any questions in this section? Here? Probably about 15 years. 15. I've been working glass for about 50 years. 50, yeah. I was a professional glassblower for about 10 years. I would have 50. Yeah, that hardens. We have to bust it up, wash it, and then we add it to the furnace. We kind of a sort of new glass plus maybe a quarter to third old glass.
Teach the public how to blow? Do they ever have?
Yes, we have triad sessions. So we have some of the students from the local high school glassblowing program, and they walk you through making a simple object. We do it by appointment on certain weekends. You can always either ask the people at the front desk, or you can, I think you can sign up for it online as well. Yeah, it's fun. It's a fun thing to do. And you get a little souvenir or whatever you made. So go to the table in the lobby, and they have entry forms there. You can put your contact information, and there's a little space on the forms where you can write something about your drawing, and a good story to go with your drawing goes a long way towards winning. So, yeah, you're welcome. We can recycle our clear waste. We don't have a good way of recycling our colored waste. The big furnaces where we melt them, it's all clear. Can't throw red and yellow in them.
So you used to do this and do this kind of presentation.
No, I didn't do a presentation. I worked at a glass studio where we made stuff to sell.
Oh, okay. Okay. Do you have stuff that like in the museum and so on too?
Yeah, I have an exhibit on the other side of my drawing that I do for the glass factory. What?
What number is the museum?
Number?
No, number 4. Which studio? Which area?
Oh, I don't know what it's called. It's the gallery in the back.
Okay.
Gallery in the back. Is it the bird drawing?
No,
Oh,
no.
okay.
If it's all the way in the back,
It's all the way in the back.
Okay, so in here?
is it my way to decide this?
I think it's right there.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Wonderful. We'll go take a look at it.
And your name?
Walter Lieberman.
Walter. What's your last name?
Lieberman,
Lieberman.
L-I-E-B-E-R.
I like that. Remember that one, Lieberman.
Okay.
Thank
Wonderful.
you. Thank you.
So we're going to open that end up a little bit because these shells were used as beads. So we have to have holes on both ends. original trade beads that the Europeans used to trade with the Native Americans for furs and stuff. And our guest artist is Wendy Red Star in the striped shirt. And she's from the Crow tribe in Montana. And so we're making these things that are sort of based on these original trade beads. And one of the things that they valued quite a bit were these, they were called dentilium shells, little sea creatures. They're like this big. And so we're making, we're making a bead that's like those shells.
So, like, do they put them on, like, a string or something?
She hasn't decided how she's going to display them.
Thank you.
Yep.
Approaching the time in which
So we're almost done. So we're going to take it off the metal rod. We're going to drip some water where we want it to break. A little tap, off it comes, and into our annealing oven. Yes, there is a reason. There's three reasons. Reason number one, it looks really cool. That's a big important one right there. Reason number two, the whole building is designed to act like a giant chimney, so there's a natural updraft to take the heat and smoke away from the furnaces. Reason number three is is historical. Along this waterway, before the museum was here, there were a number of sawmills. The sawmills had big cone-shaped metal outbuildings where they burned the waste wood from the sawmills for power. When the architect saw old photos of this waterway, he saw all these big cone-shaped buildings, and that's what gave him the idea to make the building in this shape. Could we put up the wigwam burner? So look up on the big screen. So these buildings lined this waterway. And that when he saw those, that's what gave him the idea to make the building in this shape.
Fourth question.
Yeah.
Trash that you just poured into the trash can.
Yes.
A little ball of glass, is that possible to have?
No. The glass that's on the floor, the trimmings, they're not cooled properly, and so the tension is locked in them, and they can explode at any time. So we can't give them out. You know, when you see everything that we make that we're keeping, it goes into one of these ovens. Yes. So even if we made something, if we made a glass or something, and we just put it on the table and let it cool on its own, it would break. Yes, if we want to prevent it from breaking, we have to cool it slowly overnight. Yeah.
That sounds about right, because I'd be in TSA would have me in jail for exploding glass.
Yeah, no, it wouldn't be good at the airport.
Amazing demonstration.
Thank you for coming in, guys. We appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Start to fill up towards lunch. After lunch, the place is packed.
Find the shiny object and say what's happening in the
Are you in the Hilltop program? Or at the Eden? Oh, okay. Nice.
I live down in Spanway though. I live down in Spanway though, so I'm not part of the program.
Oh, I see. Okay. I just associate Eden with the Hilltop.
Yeah, it's a really cool program you guys have.
Yeah. She's been working hard here. Right to center. Sarah is getting some glass out to make the bubble for our next sculpture. Country, they weren't near a sea to get sea turtles. They were highly prized. You'd have to get them from some other tribe that was, near the coast. Okay. You guys have any questions?
Why do those two look different? Like
Two different, the different kinds of furnaces. The one.
like the different kind of like why do they look different? Like why do they look different? Yeah, why is yours like stick kind of and his
Well, one of the sticks is a blowpipe. And when it's a tube, you can blow through it and blow up the glass like a balloon.
I've heard a lot about that and I really wanted to see it happen. Next question. Oh, look, he's doing it now. How do they make the glass different colors?
We buy colored glass like this, and we heat up a chunk of this, blow a bubble of clear glass on this pipe. We heat up the colored glass, and then we coat that clear bubble with whatever colored glass we want the object to be. Have a question?
Oh, what?
Blow it, that makes it bigger. But we have a bunch of tools. We have what are called jacks. We can squeeze it. We have paddles. We can flatten it. We have scissors. We can cut it. We have tweezers. We can stretch it. It's kind of like making something out of clay, except you can't touch it with your hand. You have to use tools to shape it. You guys know about our contest for kids? We have a contest just for kids. Any kid that comes to museums at 12 and younger, you guys all
11.
any kid that comes to museums, you do a drawing. Once a month, you pick one of the drawings and you make whatever you do out of glass. We make 2 copies, one for you to keep and one we keep at the museum. It's free to enter. There's a table out in the lobby with drawing material, entry forms. Yeah, it doesn't matter who it is. Can we put up some of the kids' design stills? The contest is called Kids Design. See, we have some pictures. So look up on the big screen. So these are all things we made from kids' drawings. Everybody can pick one.
So everybody. So one drawing yourself. Everybody can draw yourself.
Yeah, yeah. No, not really. We keep the old glass in it. So we make 2, whatever you drew, we make 2 of them. One that we give to you and one that we keep ourselves. So it's a pretty good deal. And there's a little space on the entry form where you can write something about your drawing. So if you have a good story to go with this drawing, that really helps when you're looking at something. And you can either do the drawing here, now, while you're at the museum, or if you don't have time, grab an entry form and do the drawing at home and mail it in. So here, you guys can give it a try.
I'm back with a new friend.
Okay.
Could you?
I'm glad you're making friends.
Could you start and kind of explain the process like you did this morning?
Sure.
Because he's asking you questions that I think you know the answer.
I probably, maybe, you never know. So everything that we do starts out in our glass furnaces. The glass furnaces are the machines where you see the doors closed. There's two of them. Can we put up the glass furnace diagram? So that's what the furnaces look like inside. So in each of the furnaces, there's a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 1250 Celsius. And at that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. So it's like a big giant crock pot full of honey. When we want to get the glass out to make stuff, we take one of those steel pipes and we dip it in the molten glass. We twirl it around. A little bit of glass sticks to the end of the pipe. The pipe itself is hollow, so when we blow, the ball of glass blows up like a balloon. If we want to make something colored, we blow a bubble of clear glass from the furnace. We heat up a chunk of colored glass, and then we coat that clear bubble with the colored glass. The black oven is called the annealer. Everything that we make here has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. So we keep that oven at a constant temperature. We place all the objects we make during the day in there, and then at night it has a little computerized thermostat that slowly turns the temperature down to room temperature overnight. If we didn't do that, if we just put it on the table and let it cool on its own, it would cool too quickly and unevenly and it would break. The silver oven is called the garage. We call it the garage because that's where we park stuff until we're ready to use it. It operates at half the temperature of the furnaces. It's hot enough to keep the glass from breaking, but it's not hot enough to make them soft. So whatever goes in the garage stays warm, holds its shape. We're ready to use it. We pull it out, heat it up a little extra. No, that's glass. So we pull out rods of glass like this. They're called cane. And we melt them into a bubble, and each rod becomes a stripe. I'm not exactly sure what you're describing. Yes. Yeah, these are all cane. Or we could make all sorts of different patterns with them. There's one pattern. Well, I mean, there's a bunch of different ways to do it. There's a very fancy pattern called reticello. Could we put up the reticello slide? So if you look up on the big screen, so you up in the right-hand corner, that's the reticello pattern. We make it by making two bubbles out of this cane, and we twist one bubble to the right, twist one bubble to the left, and then we blow one inside each other, and all the little canes crisscross and makes the nets pattern. Can we put up do we have the Dante acorn? So there's a reticello acorn. You know, there's hundreds of different patterns we can make. That's a classic, a fancy classic. But they're not etched. All those stripes are individual rods of colored glass. Could we put up the reticello diagram again? So look in the lower right-hand corner. So when the canes, they look. If you think of imagine they're my fingers. So where the stripes cross, there's a little space in there where air gets trapped, and when we heat that up, the air that's trapped in there becomes a bubble, And that happens at each intersection. Yes. If you do it right. And it's called reticello because in Italian, reti means net, R-E-T-I, and the Italians thought it looked like a fishing net with bubbles in it as you're pulling it out of the water. It's a classic pattern. It dates back to the 1500s. Yes, we're making these beans here. We're patting them after these little seashells that are called dentilium, and the Native Americans used them as beads. And so there was one they valued quite a bit because only tribes near the coast would have access to these little shells, and they were very valuable. And so we're making a big version of these dentilium beads for our guest artist, Wendy Red Star. Yeah, there was what we call frit, F-R-I-T. It's just crushed up colored glass. And we can roll the bubble in the crushed up colored glass, and each little chip melts and makes a little dot of color. So Ben in the center is forming that long, skinny bubble for the dentilium bead. Yes. 12 and under, yes. 12 is included. No 13, just 12, no 13. Once a month. Yeah, we probably get a couple of hundred drawings every month, and we pick one. Two or 3 days. 2 or 3 days. We use it wet, so the water stops it from burning up. It's the air between the sheets that acts as an insulator. We fold it up a bunch of times. Can we put up the newspaper photo? So we fold it up a bunch of times, and it's the air between the individual sheets that makes it act as an insulator. He's trying to narrow the shape. We want to stretch it out. The only way we can make it narrower and taper is to grab it, stretch it out, cut some off, grab it, stretch it out, cut some off. And each time the shape gets narrower and more tapered. Oh, that was there, yeah. That's the pilot light for the torches. Hi, how are you guys? Good. Do you guys have any questions? We don't really. We have these little try it sessions, but we don't have any classes for the general public. We have these try it sessions that you can sign up for, and we walk you through making a simple object. We don't have any real classes here. Oh, people learn in various different ways. There's about 50 art colleges across the United States that have glass making, and some people learn just entirely at work. One of our best glass blowers here never took a class in his life. He just got a job in a glass shop knowing nothing and worked his way up. There's two glass shops here in Tacoma that have classes down the street here. There's one called Tacoma Glass Blowing and another one called Area 253. And there's about a half a dozen of them in Seattle. I don't know, are you from this area? Bremerton. I don't know what the situation is in Bremerton. Yeah, no, I know where Bremerton is. I just don't know if there's any glass there. Yeah, there's two studios just down the street. One of them is called Tacoma Glass Blowing. The other one is called Area 253. And they give classes. They're what? Yes, they're about, one's about a quarter mile, the other one's about a half a mile. Oh yeah, yeah. No, it's like learning an instrument or learning a sport. Practice, practice, practice. No, they're not. But the learning process is pretty similar. Yes. We have a little video I can show you how we make the horses. Would you like to see that? Sure. Can we play the pony video? Yeah. Do you have a question? I thought I saw you raise your hand. Well, we didn't insert the color. It's the opposite of the way it looks. We had a little bit of color left over from something else we were doing, and then we dipped it in clear. So the clear went around it, and it's practice. 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 You make a couple of thousand of them, and then you get good at it. It's hard because it doesn't. It feels very awkward. It takes a while to get used to handling the glass, and it's just you just do it, and eventually it gets easier. Well, you first thing you have to learn is to be comfortable with the glass. You have to be able to not be scared of it, and you have to learn to get it very hot and to control it. They're making these beads based on traditional uh, trade beads, like you see over here. That's what. No, it's a large version of these tiny little beads that were very valuable as trade beads because they were these little seashells, basically, and so the Native Americans that lived in the interior of the country didn't really have access to them because they weren't near an ocean. So all these designs are based on traditional trade beads. Mm-hmm. Can we put up the ingredient slide? So the glass is made out of three main components: sand, soda ash, and lime. Sand is the bulk of it. It's mostly melted sand. Soda ash is sodium carbonate. It's a chemical which acts as a flux and lowers the melting temperature of the sand. And the lime is calcium carbonate, and that stabilizes the mixture chemically. You throw those three things in the furnace, cook them overnight at 2,400 degrees. They all melt together and make glass. That's how you make it. I don't know. Maybe. We have a YouTube channel. Yes. Museumofglass.org. And we have hundreds of videos on there. Yeah, if you just type in Museum of Glass and then YouTube in Google, it'll come right up. That's to make a hole. Well, because these are large versions of traditional trade beads that were made from these tiny little seashells called dentilium. So the when he pulls it out is to make the glass taper. The way that you make a long taper like that is you stretch it, cut it off, stretch it again. Each time you stretch it, the taper gets narrower and narrower. However long he wants to make it. Mm-hmm. Well, we make it's just whatever you can get through the door. That's how big you can make something. If you look at the glory holes, they have several series of doors, and each time you open this door, it gets a wider opening. It reveals a wider opening, and once you've maxed it out, that's as big as you can make it. The glory holes are the round ones with the doors open. The ones with the doors closed are the glass furnaces. Those contain the molten glass. When they just want to heat it up and soften it, they put it in the glory hole. Just heads up to everybody, it's 4:30. The museum closes at 5. So if there's anything else you want to do while you're here, look at the exhibits, go to the gift shop. Time to think about it will be now because we'll be closing promptly at 5. So we finished with this one. We're going to take it off the metal pipe and place it in our annealing oven. We'll melt the little edge we broke it off so it's not sharp. And Sarah, over on the far left, is starting the bubble for the next one. So over on the left, there is blowable for our color cup. We're going to make a thin kind of bowl shape, and we're going to stuff another bubble inside of it so we have more material, and so that the colored glass is basically on the outside of the object. on the right, we're making a color cup. Looks like a little bowl. And in the center, Ben is making a thick bubble of clear glass. We're going to stuff it inside the white cup. So we'll have a little layer of white on the outside of this bead.
Oh yeah, did they get to do some music?
The artist, whoever's our guest artist.
Oh, that makes sense.
What are they building right now?
We're making these shells, like you see over there, like this one.
Oh, the long way one? Oh, cool.
Don't get too comfortable.
Yeah,
We'll close
close
in
it
a
in
minute.
like, 2 minutes. Alright. Are you sure they're not going to kick us out right now? Well, I mean,
They'll
they'll
kick
do
you out at 5.
Yeah, they'll do an announcement, and then we'll, we'll head out.
Just 2 minutes.
Yeah.
How much does the material cost?
About $1.75 a pound.
So, not that expensive, right?
It's the energy that costs a lot of money. Keeping those furnaces hot.
How much glass would be like a pound? Like, would one of those shelves be a pound?
We don't sell them by the pound, no.
No, but like, how much?
The raw
how much
glass
glass
is
is in it?
$1.75.
How many pounds of glass is in one of those
I
shelves?
don't know, 2, 2.5.
Okay.
So that's like, yeah. So it's the labor and the.
Yes, and the energy to run the shop and the salaries, the building.
Oh yeah, how do they power those big kilns?
Natural gas and forced air.
There's also color involved.
Okay, yeah, now it's 5. Alright, let's head out.
Thank you.
See you guys. Take care.
You're gonna kick us out.
Is that your friend up there in the corner?
Up there?
In the corner? Back in the corner?
No, I don't know those people.
Oh, okay. Your friend was here earlier.
He left though.
Okay, everybody, it's time to go. The museum is officially closed.